What's going on, everybody? Y'all should know how this works by now. Please give me a thumbs up in the chat if you can hear me okay. Let me know if there's a bit of an echo. Let me know if you can hear the mini split or not. So, because today I'm here to practice some more pool. Now, the last time I live streamed, I had talked about how I need to start practicing for the Texas State Open, where we're going to be playing 9-ball with the 9 on the spot, and we're going to be using the 3-point rule, but we're not going to be having to break from like the matchroom pool break box. We can still break from anywhere behind the head string. Loping CSF, thank you so much. Says it sounds good and you can't hear the mini split, so that's awesome. But in lieu of practicing for the Texas Open, I still want to be able to play straight pool. I mean, I'm still playing straight pool when I'm not streaming. Like I'll turn my cameras on to record a session of me playing straight pool just to see if I can still beat my high run. So I figured at the very least I will do a combination of both. I will start this stream with a couple of hours maybe of doing some straight pool, and then after that I will switch over to playing the 9-ball ghost with the 9 on the spot using the 3-point rule. Now, real quick, I do want to give a shout out to my sponsor. So, hopefully you can see right up here, Onboard Sportswear. They provided me with this lovely jersey here that has my logo here on the front and on the back, with my logo also here on the left sleeve, since my left hand is my bridge hand, so when I put my hand out, we can actually still see my logo here. I do have a affiliate code with them. If you go to their website, onboardsportswear.com, you can use the discount code LilChris10 and get 10% off of your purchase, which I just recently found out that my Monday night 8-ball team actually wants to get some team shirts that we're going to start wearing. So when you start seeing some of my APA League review matches, I would probably say in the next 2 or 3 weeks, you'll probably start seeing me wear a different shirt with a different logo that basically represents my Monday night 8-ball team. So I'm pretty excited about that. All right, so how is everybody doing? Still working on trying to get all my cameras to behave the way that they're supposed to behave. I'm still working on trying to get the audio as good as it can be. It's a work in progress. Y'all know how this is, and I'm eventually going to figure it out. And I just found out that even my my GoPro was giving me some issues trying to connect it, so that way I can give y'all an aerial view today if y'all want to see an aerial view. I have all the cameras set up. I can do the side view, I can do the aerial view, I can do the main view, and I currently have a setup where we can do the top view and the main view at the same time. I just don't have like a dual view setup for the side camera. The side camera can only be done by itself. And with the issues that the freaking GoPro was giving me, I almost want to figure out a way to stick a webcam up there, but sticking a webcam up there is going to be a little difficult because all webcams require the cable to be plugged into the back, and that would make it excuse me that would actually make it really difficult to mount up there on my garage door opener motor, because the plug for the GoPro is actually on the side. So it's actually real easy to stick up there and have it basically pretty much flush with the GoPro web app. I'm sorry, my GoPro flush to the garage door opener motor. Let's see here. I like this question here. Let's see if this works. Here we go. Will, he says he just moved up to a 6 and 9 ball, and he says, why am I shooting like a 4? Hope all is well. Well, the only thing I can imagine is probably a mental block. Now that you're playing as a 6, you're having to go to a couple more points. You're probably being put up against other 6s and 7s. possibly a confidence issue, especially if you're playing up against a skill level 7. I mean, you're gonna have to let me know if I'm getting close to what you feel like you're experiencing, because regardless, all I can say is congratulations for moving up, and you're just gonna have to accept it and realize that as you begin to move up the ladder, whatever you feel like that you're working on to try to improve your game, the higher you go up on the skill ladder, the more micromanaging you have to do on your game. And that's going to be something to on the ends of, like, when you're playing position for certain shots or whatever, you're not going to be playing zone positioning anymore. You're going to be playing very specific positioning, so that way your transitions to your next, not only is your shot easier, but your transition to your next shot is easier. So that way you're not just saying to yourself that, oh, I just got position, whoopity-doo, and that's that. So I hope that makes sense. And again, it's just something that's going to take time. It's just something that's going to take time, especially if you feel like you have a bit of a mental block on that one. But keep on working on it, and I guarantee you that eventually it'll just settle in. Like, you have to come to terms. You have to just come to terms with the fact that you've gotten a little bit better, and make the best with it. So I hope that makes sense, and I hope that answers your question. Now, here's something I really wanted to be able to test out, because I see that I have a couple of viewers on Facebook. And this is Dennis Maravilla. I hope I pronounced that correctly. You're asking me what's my current Fargo rate. Last time I checked, I'm a 631. Look again real quick. I'm currently a 631 with a robustness of 1,747. And it's a bit disappointing, because when I got third place at the Texas BCA state event 2 years ago in the 10-ball event, that actually shot my Fargo rate up to 640. And I actually made a post about that. If I ever got to 650, because I don't really try to improve my Fargo by actively going out and playing in a bunch of different tournaments. I usually just try to go to tournaments that are in my own backyard, where I only have to drive like an hour, maybe 2 hours at the most to go to. Because, I mean, as much as I love playing pool, this is still pretty much a hobby for me. And so I thought that since my Fargo rate was climbing without me really trying to get my Fargo to go up, I kind of made it a mission to where, like, if I did get to 650, then I would actively try to become a 700 Fargo rated player by putting more of an effort to go to different tournaments and maybe drive a little bit farther. But since I fell back down by 9 points, not really sure what I'm going to do about that. But as you can see, I can now highlight chats that come from Facebook and come from YouTube. So I'm excited that I got that working. So yeah, I think this is going to be really cool. This is going to be really cool. Okay. Now, when it comes to when I start playing the Ghost in 9-ball, I don't have a fancy layout that I'm going to be using for playing the Ghost, and I don't have a scoreboard built or anything. So I'm just going to be using the old-fashioned, using some coins and marking the diamonds for whenever the Ghost wins and for whenever I win. But for straight pool, which is what we're going to start with, we can certainly start with this layout. So let the games begin. Let me turn this off. And since I'm practicing for the Texas Open, I've brought out my big guns. These are the cues that I shoot with whenever I play in my leagues and tournaments. Anybody that actively follows me knows what these cues are. This is my Predator Black 4.5, and I have a Howe soft tip on here that I put on about, I don't know, maybe a few months ago, because the Predator Victory soft tip that comes with it was finally starting to wear itself down to where it needed to be replaced. And I've always wanted to try the Howe soft tip, and it's awesome. I absolutely like it. Can't really feel that big of a difference when I'm playing between that tip and the Victory soft tip. So here's my Predator BK Rush with the sports grip. Now you're clearly not going to see me use this while I'm playing straight pool, but when I start playing 9-ball, this is my breaking cue. And then here is my Predator Air Rush jump cue that you also won't see me play or use while I'm playing straight pull, but I might have to break it out every once in a while when I'm playing 9-ball. All right, so let's see what we can do in straight pull. I don't know how long I'm gonna practice this. I have a party that I have to go to that starts at 7. So I got a couple of hours to kill. So I figured maybe I would do a couple of hours of playing straight pull, and then probably a couple of hours with the 9-ball practice. So here we go. I always love having a difficult start. I think I can see the 9-ball. I don't think the 14's in my way. Okay, not really going to be doing a whole lot of commentary since I'm still trying to really focus on putting up a good score. I might do more commentary though when I play 9-ball. Obviously don't like this right here. I need to break this up a bit maybe if I can. And when I come back to talk to everybody, like when I take a break, like let me know like how do I sound out here. Out here I should sound a little echoey, and then also let me know if you can hear my my mini split. Because my microphones that I have here and here, I obviously can't be as close to them versus the microphone that I have right here. You should be able to hear me pretty good if I'm standing over here. Too far on the 15 because I can use the 15 to try to break up the 8 and 11. So I'll probably try to get better position using the 4-ball at the angle that I want on the 15. Yeah, I kind of like this. Now I can try to break up the 8 and 11. Crap. That rolled a little too far. I kind of wanted to bump into that 12-ball. Oh man! And not only that, I would ruin my break ball on that one. Alright, so that's a 10. because pretty much when I stop playing straight pool, that's when I'll take a small break and chit chat with everybody, and then start playing 9-ball. I don't know if any of my moderators are online, so I'm going to have to apologize in advance if any bots happen to come in. Let me check something, though. I might be able to... There. Chat should be set up to where only subscribers can talk, and they have to be subscribed for longer than 10 minutes. So if you're new to my channel and you haven't considered subscribing, please consider subscribing. But for those that have been following me for quite some time, in efforts to help keep the spam box out, for today's stream I'm going to have my chat set to subscriber mode only. I was just worried about that the 14 and the 15 were so close together. I didn't want to cut it to where I was going to glance off the 15 ball, and that still would have made me miss. So that's an 8. So a bit of a slow start for today, but no big deal. Okay. Do here a couple of options, but it's just never really good to have like a long shot as an opening shot, really. And that's why. Oh well. That's a 1. You get to see me go through my warm-up phase. go. At least I made that one. All right, so now I can get started in the rack here. Let's see. Not sure what I want to do here. Well, I was hoping to get all the way around that. That way, the 13 ball was the ball that I was going to shoot at. Don't really like the way this is going with this right here. It'd be nice to use the 4 ball as a break ball, but I got to get these balls out of the rack. I got to see about getting that 6 ball going. That's a priority. Okay, 10 ball can freely go here now, so that's makes me feel a little bit better. I'll go ahead and get this 8 going, and then come up table. I think so. All right, so y'all have seen me use one extension before, but my Predator Black has its own extension, where I can actually attach it to the butt of the cue. A little bit easier to get on and off than the other one that I have. That didn't go quite according to plan. I wanted to be more like right here, so that way I can just play a stop shot. This makes things a little bit more difficult. This is the shot line. Well, I didn't hit that as hard as I'd like, but I got to the second rack, so that's a start. 14. Okay. Give me a shot at least. Oh, I can't believe I did that. I thought it was coming here so we can get position on the 2. Can't believe I did that. All right, so I don't get that point. So that's 10, so 24. There's a nice bump. I thought for certain I was drawing past that side pocket. Ball doesn't belong there. All right, let's try not to let the cue ball come up table. don't want to do that either. So zeros don't count. I don't count zeros. So that's an indication of me not having enough topspin on the shots. That way I can push the cue ball to this rail here with the way that I like to try to start the run with. Oops. Tell you what, let's just go to a different break. Let's go to this break. It doesn't matter, I still get a 0. That one right there, that's just bad luck. Let's try that again, see if we get 4 in a row. 4 zeros in a row. No, not this time. Okay. That could have ended badly. A little fortunate with the end result there. I wasn't supposed to hit the ball. That makes this break a whole lot harder. I just trying to stun past it, still end up pretty much where I ended up. That way I have a back cut angle on the ball. I must have not had enough bottom spin. All right, so I'm just gonna try this. Tried this a couple of times on stream, and I think so far every time or the last time I tried this, I was scratching every time I do it. So I'm gonna hit the 2-ball. So if you think about an 8-ball, when you're playing 8-ball and you try to do a second row break, typically this corner ball has a chance of falling into the corner pocket. So I'm calling the 1 ball into the corner pocket. Usually I come over here and imagine if I'm going to do the second ball break from here so I can see where I'm aiming. And then just try to hit the second ball the same way. That way I can sometimes pocket that corner ball just like that. Keep the run going. Can't do it all the time, but a lot of the times it does work. There's that shot, and I think there's like 2 other shots that you can normally do inside of a full rack. Where you can predict the ball coming out of the rack and going towards the pocket. Now I have to think, do I want to use the 8-ball as a break ball, or do I want to use the 6-ball as a break ball? I think I like the 8-ball better. That rolled a little too far. But let's make do. The 12 ball is my key ball, but now I have to use it. So now I'm going to have to try to use my 10 ball as the key ball. Look and see, here's the straight in shot line, so I want to get pretty darn close to it. Oh, that's too far on the other side. So now, I don't like this. Okay, that I might be able to make that work. It'd be ideal if the cue ball was closer to the rail, because then the back cut angle is a little bit more natural of pulling or pushing the cue ball right into the rack. Here, I kind of have to stun the cue ball into the rack since I'm a little bit more straighter on the 8. So, let's see what happens here. See what I mean? Like, that's really iffy stop. I might be able to work with that. Gotta be very careful here. This is getting harder. Come on, give me a shot, something. Oh, you're not frozen. You go though. You don't. The 13 ball is underneath the 14. I guess I got to take this 12. Or would this work? Don't know. I don't know if it'll work. And then of course I've got this other combo. I guess let's take this one off. Yikes! That was dangerous. Still not sure about this guy here. Like I said, the 13 ball is slightly behind the 14, so it kind of pushes it to the outside point of the pocket, and I don't know if that's going to allow it to bobble in or bobble out. And of course, there's this 3 ball. What do I do with the 3 ball? I think I'm going to go ahead and set it for the 13-14 combo. I'd like to get as much underneath that 13 ball as I can. That might help it go in. Yeah, see what I mean? Right over here. I couldn't get enough behind it. So bad decision. I probably should have attempted to break it out, if anything. All right, so it's 8 on the table plus 7, 35. That's not bad. Ups my average to 15. That's not bad. Oh gosh. Focus, Chris. That's a shot you normally don't miss when you start a high run. All right. scratch. And then barely have a shot. For those that don't know, I think here soon, Jason Shaw is going to be going for his 1,000 attempt to be able to score 1,000 points in straight pool here soon. I think he's going back to the same place where he set his first record. That's going to be exciting to watch. That's what I get for trying to break that stuff up. Okay, let's start playing a little bit more conservative. Because that was an aggressive move there. 3. Yuck. When cue ball sticks to the rack like that. Ball is looking like the break ball, from what I can tell. There we go. That way we can just minimize the cue ball movement. Okay. How's everybody doing? All I can say is thank you for spending your Saturday here with me while I practice. Ah, you gotta be kidding me. And you see how the 7 ball went though? Because I'm hitting the second row? That's how you know that that's a very common shot that you can possibly take in straight pull. Provided, of course, that every ball in the rack is touching. So it does help to have a perfect rack. Can't believe I missed this ball though. That's only a 14. So when you play this enough, every time you break into the rack, if you watch when a ball drops, if you can try to remember where it was at in the rack, then you start learning shots that can come out of the rack. And that's literally how I was able to see most of the corner balls going, on top of when you do a second ball break in 8 ball. This is just something that's very common. So if you look at the layout of this, the 6 ball is probably going to be the break ball. Yikes, I think I just screwed myself with that. I did. I'm frozen on the 7. Okay, so since I'm frozen on the 7, I can attempt to do a push shot here. This is not a foul. I'm going to call the 9 ball in the side pocket. Ah! Threw the 7 ball too much. Certainly wasn't expecting to get tied up like that. That's a 6. So there I've scored, I've made a total of 101 balls so far, out of all my attempts combined. But we're not done. I'm going to do this for a little bit longer. Matter of fact, though, since I did score 100 points, though, let's do this. Let's at least give y'all some variety. Oh, I need to fix something, so let me do this, and I think it's this, and turn off this. There we go. Hopefully, yes, both views are working. Crap. 10 ball is supposed to be in key ball. I messed the position up on 7. I gotta try something different. Stop. That'll work. Not really the intended way of doing that, but that'll work. I thought because I was drawing into it, I would just like draw out to like right here. Instead, it just slowly just drifts over to that corner. Ah, that's heartbreaking. That's heartbreaking. I have come to learn that if I'm not going into the third or fourth row, that I don't actually hit the rack all that hard, or I try not to hit the rack all that hard. But if I'm at least, if I can at least tell that the cue ball is going to go into the second or third row, then I usually hit the break pretty darn hard. You know, kind of like that when I do the opening shot. Yeesh. Really get much of a starter here, though, that's for sure. Whoops. I came out too far from the 3. hard cut shot. I didn't want to play the combo because the 13 ball is my break ball. That's the only reason why I didn't want to play the combo. That's a 5. I saw a question about the GoPro model. The GoPro that's up there is a GoPro Hero 8. I have a 10 that I'll eventually start using again for like POV type videos when I wear the GoPro on my head. The one that's up here though, this is the GoPro Hero 8. If I had to pick now, I'd probably pick the 8 ball to be my break ball. Maybe the 11, because the 11 is further down than the 8. I would have to try to use the 5 ball as a key ball. I've got a couple of ways of doing this. I can try to get back to where I am now so I can shoot the 5 in and stun to the rail. Or, if I look at the shot line here, I can try to get position for the side pocket here so that way I can just roll forward. But, considering the position that I have, I think I'm going to try to get back to where I am. Slow down. Go. That way I can just stun over to the side rail. Just like that. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Oh, I hate it when I do that, when I watch the ball do this and then bounce its way out. I'd have to think I must have clipped here, like somewhere right around here is where I must have clipped the pocket for it to do what it did. So I must have slightly overcut the ball. That's always disheartening to run a pretty good end pattern, get the perfect break angle, only to miss the break ball. Slightly overcut that one. I'm gonna have to remember that. There we go. I just didn't like the way that clutter was looking. Now I've solved it. Okay. I really like the 14 ball as a break ball now, but it's the best ball for me to shoot at. Originally, I was keying in on the 5 ball or the 15 ball, but this 14 ball is really nice now, but it's like I have to take it out. Oh, I hit that like a baby. Yeah, I hit that one really bad. Ooh, this is getting harder now. You know what? I might use the 13 as a break ball. Now that I think about it. Just depends on what I do here with this current shot. And really, I should have had all this figured out before I got going. This is getting rough, so it's not going to be the 13 ball now. way too straight trying to get on the 10 ball. Yikes. How long have I been playing? A little over an hour. One, overachiever. Oh, 7 and 10. I really do not like you, like at all. I really don't like I did what I did there. I just took out both of my break balls just so that I can hopefully get to the second rack. I'm just gonna have to come up with something else. That was dumb. Oh, really? Come on, hit the rail, come over here for the 4. The idea was for me to shoot the 4 on the side, stop the cue ball within the rack so that way I can get ball in hand in the kitchen, cut the 12 in, and break the next rack out. So that ball doesn't count since I scratched. That's 3, that means I got a 12. Talk about unfortunate. Thought I had more than enough inside spin to the short rail. mini split's not doing a good job. It's getting warm in here. Start. Well, not sure how I feel about that one. Oh gosh. That's what I get for not getting the position that I wanted. Green. Let me do a good score here. Oh. awkward. This is not the ideal end pattern I was looking for. 9's the key ball, but now I have to use the, now I have to use the 13. Got slightly out of line. Now really I have a choice here, but I was committed to using the 3 ball, even though the 13 ball is a good one too, but it's just a little too close to the rack for my comfort. Now this is where I'm usually afraid of going behind the ball. If the ball was right here, I'd probably be a little bit more comfortable, so I'm trying to decide if I want to go around it, like going short, long, and then come over here, or if I just want to try to use one rail with some inside spin, which I think is what I'm going to do. Leaves me a longer shot, but at least guarantees that I have a good break angle. Whereas if I would have came around, I probably would have been more along the shot line than I would have wanted. I think I played this correctly. Because the other way would be to go here, and then I'd be coming out like this, getting pretty close to the shot line, which I don't want. I want an angle like this, even though I'm far away from the ball. I don't get a shot. Nope, no shot. Oh, that's frustrating. I didn't want to blast the ball either. All right, but let's look around. Let's see if we can find something. Sometimes there might be just a crazy combo sitting in here somewhere if I can find it. But I don't see one. I don't see one at all. So my alternative is to attempt to see if I can kick in this 14 ball. Or to in the corner. Hey! Anybody see my easiest one rail kicking system that Tony taught me? Because that's how I was able to make that. If you haven't seen that video, be sure to go check it out. Now what? Oh, super thin cut shot on the 8. Might be able to bank the 8. Bank the 8 into the cross side. I think that shot's doable. Ooh, wait a minute. Don't know if that's going to go or not. I really don't know if that would go or not. And then, yeah, I can either cut the 8, bank the 8. I think the bank is probably, and what I'm looking at is this 2-9. It looks like the 2 will graze off the 12 into the 9, and the 9 can go here. But that means I obviously have to kick at the 13 if I were to do that. Because I don't think there's a way for me to. Can I kick at it from here and hit the 7? Maybe I can. Let's try that. I already did one kick shot, might as well do another one, right? this 9 in. 7-2-9 combination. Oh, except the 4 ball's in the way. We're still going to try it. 9 ball, corner pocket. Going to compensate with a little bit of side spin. Normally you don't put side spin when you measure this system out. Oh, never mind. I hit the 7 at least. So that at least demonstrates the one rail kicking system that I'm talking about. +2. 16. And going on an hour and 30 minutes. So I think I'll play a few more rounds of straight pull, and then we'll switch to 9 ball. There's a good start. And the 15 are kind of eh. Everything else looks pretty good. Everything else looks pretty good. And 6 is just a little close for comfort. There we go. Okay. Now we're off to the races. Let's see if I can have that 11 ball be my break ball. How do I want to do this? Go ahead and get rid of some of these up table balls. Jeez, that was suspenseful. I really hate when I do that. Got a little too flat on that shot. I wasn't supposed to. That's negligence right there. See, we're I have to play some sort of recovery shot, and that's a shot that I should have made, but that's what I get. I deserve that. 7, 8. This is a bad start. was trying to get. Right there. Don't like this shot at all. Oh, that's a decent recovery. Come on. Looks good on paper. The more I think about shooting the 12 and driving the cue ball into the cluster, the more I don't like it because I don't really see a nice backup shot that I could have. I gotta eventually do something about that cluster. Ah, come on! Man, I was feeling good about that one. 6, 2, 4, 6, 7, that's an 8. That's 22. All right, what is that? Hour and 45 minutes of playing straight pull. I think I'll take a break on that one. And then we'll start prepping for a 9 ball. Okay, so let's switch to this. And then turn the face camera back on. Hi, everybody. Let's see here. Actually, let's go back to this one real quick. Only because I want to show this. All right, so let's log that 22. And this is actually not, I mean, overall, this isn't too terrible. I played for an hour and 45 minutes of straight pool. Did a total of 17 attempts where I was able to complete 8 out of 25 racks. So if anybody's wondering like how that's actually done, when you count how many times I got to the second rack, which is 6, so that means I at least completed one rack 6 times. And then when I got to the third rack once with that 35, there's 2 more racks, completing rack 1 and rack 2, so there's the 8 of the entire 25 racks that I actually had during this. So only a 32% for that one. So when you take 25 and multiply by 14, because that's how many points you can usually get per rack, unless you happen to make the last ball on top of making the, or you make the last 2 balls at the same time, I had a total of 350 balls that I could have attempted to shoot at, and I only made 206 of them, averaging about 12 points per inning. So not bad, just a little bit under an average of 14, which is being able to complete an entire rack. Now, having said all that, I'm going to turn this back off. Where is it? Turn this off. Yeah. And let's copy this, switch over to this. No, not this. Ew, why does that look like that? Let me fix that. This is what happens when I'm changing cameras over and over again. I don't even know why that looks like that. That looks terrible. There, that looks better, doesn't it? This is what the side view would look like. There's that, but that's not what we're looking for. We're looking for this. There we go. Whew. Okay, so I'm just gonna take a small break, and then I'm gonna start playing the 9-ball ghost. So if anybody has any questions they would like to ask me, feel free to ask. I'm gonna go ahead and shut off my straight pool scorekeeper, and then go from here. So I'm gonna look around the chat for a bit and see if anybody has any questions. Near Sharoni, with regards to the here, let's see if I can find this. There we go. You're talking about when I was showing the average on the multi-view. So I think what'll end up happening is, like, if I would have gotten into 20 attempts, then all those ones would have disappeared. I know it looks like, when it says 10, you only see the 1, and you see 11, you'll see only a 1. You see it on the 12, you only see a 1. That's just by design of the program, but I think once I would have hit into the 20s, then it would have spaced itself out a little more evenly. So I can obviously try to take the time to figure out how to evenly space it during every single solitary attempt, but in the long haul, if I would have kept on playing, it would have eventually evened itself out as far as the x-axis is concerned with that graph that I was showing. I mean, I could still obviously take a look at it, but I know in the long run it'll eventually fix itself. Let's see here. Okay, don't really see anything else. I just kind of just see people just chatting amongst themselves, which is always good. Oh, Dusty Tables saying you just posted your cue on Instagram. You have a McDermott 608 with the Defy shaft. How do you like it? Does it play good? Murky Joker, how's it going? Good to see you. This is a good question. I like this. Kyle Kerr, you're saying if you drop all 15 in the rack before racking the new one, does that turn end your run, or do you have to make one on the break to keep going? You'd end up having to rack all 15 balls and then pretty much try to call a ball out of the rack, like I did on one of the racks, where even though I didn't make all 15 balls on the last shot, I just shot the break ball in and then shot the cue ball into the second row and called the corner ball. You would still have to do the same thing if you made all 15 balls, or the last 2 balls on your last shot, rack all 15 up, and then try to call a ball out of the rack. Under normal circumstances, like when you're playing a normal game, you'd end up just calling a safety and just like brush the rack, so that way your opponent can come and shoot. That's how that would work. Rookie Joker, you're asking about a tournament? What tournament are you asking about? Are you talking about the Texas Open? Because that's not for another, like, 2 weeks, I think. Oh, that's a good question. Loping CSF says, what you're not understanding about the rules is that push shot. Why is it not a foul? Because the cue ball and the object ball were frozen together. If there was a slight gap in between the two, like where I can fit a slit of paper in there, I wouldn't have been able to try to do what I do, which is be able to just shoot right through the ball, because no matter what, I'm going to hit the cue ball twice, which is pretty much going to be a foul. But when the cue ball is frozen to an object ball, you can actually just shoot right through it, and there won't be a double hit. But under those circumstances, if you had an opponent, you'd want to inform your opponent that the cue ball is frozen to the object ball, so that way they know that no foul will be committed. Some people get that kind of confused, though. Some people actually do believe that a foul is still committed when a foul is not committed. That's how that works. This is a good question. Vinny M, you're saying, what's a great drill to practice cueing straight? You notice when you shoot sometimes, your cue deflects to one side during your follow-through. The simplest answer is going to be shoot the cue ball straight into a rail. Start by just going the width of the table, so you're going to shoot into the long rail, and see if your cue ball comes back and hits the tip of your cue. Because if it veers off to one side, it'll automatically tell you that you're hitting it with side spin, which is what you don't want. If it comes back and hits your tip directly, then you know you cued straight and you hit the cue ball directly in the center. Once you're able to do that on a regular basis, then try shooting the length of the table, where you're going to shoot into the short rail, much longer distance, and see how accurate you can actually get your cue ball to hit the short rail, come back and hit your tip without veering off to one side. And actually, I like Kyle Kerr's suggestion. Take a bottle of some sort. Obviously, dry it out or whatever. Make sure there's no liquid in it. Place it onto the table and try to stroke through the opening of the bottle without touching the rim. So this part of the bottle right here would be the cue ball. So when you do your practice strokes, you'd be stopping right here. But then when you actually do your stroke, you'd want to be able to try to go into the bottle, at least try to go halfway through the bottle without your cue touching the rim of the bottle. That'll be another indication of you hitting the stroking straight. That's a really good suggestion, Kyle Kerr. I like it. Let's see here. Murky Joker, you're wanting to know if I'm still doing challenges with Dr. Dave. I don't think any of us have issued one. I think the last challenge that I issued out was trying to do that Tyler Steyer draw stroke, if anybody remembers that from one of my previous live streams. But that was really it. I don't think there's really been any other types of challenges. I do know, like, when I when my birthday comes around and I turn 42, I'll be doing Dr. Dave's Run Your Age straight pull challenge, where I'll try to run 42 balls in straight pull, which I can do. I mean, if I can get my head out of my butt, I know I can hit 42, considering that my personal best is 79. Let's see, Vinny M, you want to know how do you find your vision center since you're right eye dominant? I mean, if you're right eye dominant, that just pretty much means that your right eye is what does the most processing, and then your left eye helps you see depth perception. I mean, simply put, like when you're, this is probably the best way I know how to explain this. When you asked about cueing straight, you know, you want to be able to try to visualize that the tip of your cue is going to be hitting the absolute center of the cue ball. Now, when you're doing your practice strokes, you probably see that you're going to hit the center of the cue ball. But when you do your final stroke, that's where you might like move your elbow off to one side or the other and accidentally invoke some side spin. So muscle memory will eventually fix that. Now, when you get that part fixed, another thing you can do though is put an object ball about a foot away from the cue ball when you're doing the cueing straight drill, because you want to be able to hit that object ball straight also. All right, so you're going to be getting down on the shot, attempting to cue straight through the center of the cue ball and attempting to hit an object ball straight. So what's going to end up happening is you'll get down on the shot, you'll visualize, do your practice strokes, and at the moment that you think that you're shooting straight, because whatever it is that you're seeing, you're going to tell yourself, this looks straight on. And you're going to shoot. And the moment you shoot, you're going to find out if you were right or wrong. Now, the interesting part is going to be, is if you were wrong, then you're going to have to reprogram your brain to set it back up and see the shot again. Because you'll know that if you see the same thing that you previously saw that you thought was correct is actually wrong. And it's probably wrong by like a millimeter or two. And so you have to make like some sort of an adjustment, left or right, like moving left, not putting left spin or right spin, but moving a little bit to the left or a little bit to the right to try to straighten out the hit to get that more straighter hit on the object ball. And that's just something that's going to take time, because when you think about it, every time you take a shot, what's the last thing that goes through your mind when you do your final stroke? Whatever it is that you're aiming at must be correct for whatever it is you're going to. It doesn't matter if you're doing a bank shot. It doesn't matter if you're doing a straight shot. It doesn't matter if you're doing a cut shot, whatever. The last thing that goes through your mind when you're doing your practice strokes is everything looks right. Fire. And the moment you do, you find out if you're right or wrong. Now, what ends up happening when you're wrong, though, you try to rule out, well, did you have a straight stroke? Blah, blah, blah. You know, if you can rule out all of the fundamental mechanics, you basically end up concluding that you were aiming wrong, even though what you thought you saw was right, but clearly it's not. So therefore, you're just going to have to make some sort of visual adjustment. I hope that makes sense. Whew. Let's see. Oh. Let's see if I can find it. Mega Andy 12 says, you never knew that stroking through a bottle, it can help for actually for precise shots. It's not like you're stroking through a bottle for precise shots. Okay, when you say precise shots, I'm talking about like shooting at a ball. The only thing that the stroking through the bottle does is help you build up the muscle memory so that you know that you're actually delivering your cue straight. Because a lot of amateur pool players, like including myself, like sometimes we can just have a tendency that when we come through for that final stroke, our elbow might go out or our elbow might come in. That's going to cause the tip of our cue to pivot slightly to the left or right, which can throw the cue ball off slightly. I mean, that's a possibility, because you're going to end up putting some sort of side spin on the cue ball. So especially if the shaft of your cue has any deflection, that's going to be probably one of the biggest reasons why you might be missing some of your shots. So when you do the bottle exercise, all you're trying to do is just build up the muscle memory to where you can actually deliver a straight stroke, go right through the opening of the bottle without touching the rim. And that's going to at least help you know that you're actually cueing straight and not accidentally cueing to one side or the other. Greg, you're wanting to know if I'm using a new Revo diameter. So my Predator Black 4.5 is 12.9 millimeters, which is usually what I prefer to shoot with. But the Predator Icon 4.5 that I have put up is a 12.4. I didn't really have an option of getting a 12.9 with it because it was pretty much just a package deal that I got from when I bought it off of Deere and Appleton. But like the Predator Black 4.5 and my Tuxedo, those are both 12.9 millimeter shafts. This is a good question. I like this. Eves, you're wanting to know, are they all unilock and can you swap them out? Well, let me show you. Turn this off. Get them all. Here's my BK3. And here's my BK Rush. So can I swap these out? Well, let's take the 12.4. We'll take my BK Rush. Now I have a BK Rush that I can shoot with because since it has a plane shaft. And then my Predator Icon 4.5 I ended up using for braking. These are two 12.9, so those are obviously the same, but I can take my 12.9. Now I can use my BK3 as a shooting cue. And then brake with my Predator Black 4.5. So yeah, like these are all interchangeable. I've said it before that as long as the pins match, it's not really going to matter. So that's the interesting part about these. I got to make sure I put the right shafts on the right cue. Yeah, they're all completely interchangeable, so long as the pins and the threads are the same. And since these are all unilocks, that's why they're interchangeable. It's finally starting to cool off in here. Let's see here. I'm not going to be entirely sure how to answer this one, but I mean, I will try. Loping CSF, you're saying regarding those shaft swaps, are the joint diameters standard across cue makers? Well, there are standard joint sizes like 3/8, 10. I think 5/16. There's actually a website. I think Siebert's has a list of them the best. Yeah, because there's 3/8, 10s, 5/16, 18, 5/16, 14. Unilock, or unilock with a radial pin, unilock quick release. Siebert's has a nice website like this that can list all of the like standard types of joints that there would be. That's the best way I know how to answer that. Near Sharani wants to know, where's my cat? Well, chances are the cat's probably in my bedroom under the bed sleeping. Oh, you're wanting to know about the base diameter. Meaning that will the shaft of the cue fit flush to the butt? Regardless of what the pin size is? Is that what you're asking about? So if I were to run my fingers down where the shaft and the butt of the cue connect, would I feel like some sort of interference, or would it just be flush all the way down? Is that what you're asking about? Well, man, it's a big piece. I would think generally, there is like a standard, but I do know that it's not like precise, right? So meaning that there are going to be some times where the base might be very slightly bigger than the shaft, or vice versa, even though they fit correctly together. So, but I hardly ever see that. I have seen it, but I hardly ever see it. But I hardly do ever see it. So I would have to think, just based on that it probably is standardized. But then, of course, there are some exceptions here and there. I mean, Kyle Carl says it best, like millimeter differences, give or take. Otherwise, pretty standard, where you can actually swap the shafts out. Sam Wong, you're wanting to know what I do for work? I'm a software developer. I've just been playing pool for about going on 23 years now as an amateur, because I'm not a professional pool player. Ooh, what the heck happened there? Let's see here. There we go. Actually, that's a little too bright. There we go. That's better. I'm not realizing some of my cameras still have auto exposure and autofocus turned on. So I just want to make sure those are turned off. That's what allows the best clarity picture that I have here. All right, well, I really do appreciate all these questions. I love all the engagements. But you know what? Let's do some 9-ball. What do you say? Where'd my quarters go? Let's turn this off, because we're pretty much just going to use this view. We're going to do some 9-ball with the 9 on the spot. I believe the Texas Open is going to be doing races to 7. So I will attempt to do that against the Ghost with the 9 on the spot. So at Texas Open, they will be using the 3-point rule. So if you're not familiar with the 3-point rule, when you break, you have to make a combination of pocketing 3 balls on the break and or getting balls to cross the head string, total of 3. So if I were to break dry, as long as 3 balls cross the head string, I've satisfied the 3-point rule. And therefore, my opponent just can come to the table and attempt to take their turn. If I pocket a ball on the break, then only 2 balls have to cross the head string because that would be 3 points. And if I pocket 2 balls on the break, only 1 ball has to cross the head string. And if I pocket 3 balls on the break, then nothing has to cross the head string. If I fail to satisfy the 3-point rule, if I remember correctly, like if I were to pocket a ball and I don't satisfy the 3-point rule, I lose my turn. And I'm trying to remember there's a rule about I lose my turn and my opponent can come to the table, but since I didn't satisfy the 3-point rule, I believe they can give the table back to me, but I'm not allowed to push out. If I at least make a ball satisfy the 3-point rule, I have the opportunity to push out, or if I don't satisfy the 3-point rule, my opponent can come to the table and they have an option to push out. But I think if they give the table back to me when I don't satisfy the 3-point rule, I will not have the option to push out. I think I have that correct. I'm gonna have to obviously verify that before I go to play in the Texas Open. So what I'm going to do, since this is playing the ghost, meaning that I'm always going to attempt to break and run a table. So the way this is going to work, though, is if I break and I have some sort of shot on the 1, I'm going to attempt to go for it. If I don't have a shot at the 1, meaning I don't have a clear shot at the 1 ball, then I'm going to take like ball in hand or something. And so after that, if I fail to run the table, the ghost wins. If I don't satisfy the 3-point rule, the ghost wins. Anything else beyond that, that would be considered a win for me. See, I made the 3 ball, but the 1, 2, and the 7 came down here, so I've satisfied the 3-point rule. I lost complete control of my cue ball, since my cue ball is up here. But this is what I mean. I have a shot at the 1 ball, so I'm gonna go for it, even though this is a really difficult cut shot to the corner. Because this is basically what it would be like in a real game, especially since I made a ball. If I get fortunate on the leave here, okay? If I can cut this in, I think I'll scratch if I do. I think that cutting that in is also a scratch. So it looks like I'm forced to play a bank shot. Wait and see if I get lucky, because this is 9 ball. And so that would be a win for the ghost. So with the 9 on the spot, the rack is a little bit less predictable. But I am studying it more and more to see how predictable I can actually get it to be. And see if there are consistent results that I can produce, like I've done with the 9 on the spot. I'm sorry, the 1 on the spot. Now I'm not using Matchroom's break box rule, because then I have to start breaking from like somewhere right here. We're pretty much allowed to break from wherever we want. And I found that I usually break pretty good from here with the 9 on the spot and satisfying the 3-point rule. So a little bit better control on my cue ball. I have a shot. It's just a bad shot. Oh my goodness. And then of course the 3-ball isn't any good. So obviously under normal circumstances I would probably try to play a safety by putting the cue ball over here and banking the 1-ball, but this is the ghost, so I have to go for it. Oh, and I barely missed it. Then I wouldn't have even had a shot at the 2-ball. I'd have to do a jump shot. Right, but it's a good lead for me though that I missed it. Right, my an actual opponent would have to come up and shoot. They would have to play some sort of jump shot. Anybody noticing a common trend? Anybody picked up on it yet? Go. Now obviously this is going to be a little different when I actually go play in the Texas Open because we're going to be playing on 9-footers. So shots are going to be a little bit longer, transitions are going to be a little bit longer. Whoa, slow your roll, cue ball. That went a little farther than I would have liked. Ugh. Hey, I'm not getting shut out by the ghost. 2-1 in the ghost's favor. Excuse me. Lost the cue ball that time. Okay, so like right here, I don't have a direct shot at the 1-ball, so this is where I would take ball in hand. Oh, this 4-ball stinks. I got to get over here just to have a chance at it. So that means I probably want to play the 3 in the side. That way I can roll up here. That's probably what's best. Wait, did I satisfy the 3-point rule? I didn't even think about that. Yeah, that was an illegal break. Thank you. So that's a loss. That's a loss. I'm glad I caught that, and y'all saw that too. Never mind. So let's obviously try not to do that again. Can't be losing control of our cue ball. Cue ball's got to stay near the middle of the table with this cut break that I'm using. Hey, that's a compliant break. I have a shot at the 1 ball. 7 ball is blocking the pocket though. So I probably have to go for a combination. So this is where I can easily get my butt kicked by the ghost. But the whole reason for playing under these types of conditions, with the type of players that I'm going to be playing up against, like it's almost equivalent. You know, with the exception of I'll have an option to hopefully try to play a lockup safety. You know, get ball in hand and then try to maintain control of the table. Another compliant break. Doesn't look like I have a shot at the 1 ball with the 8 ball being in the way. Let me double check that there's no bank. There is no bank, so I will take ball in hand. If I can see enough of it to where I can bank it, then I wouldn't take ball in hand. Not sure how I feel about that one. Should put more thought into it. And did I get it? I got it. Okay. I was worried about the 9 ball being in my way. Come on, cue ball. I have a fairly fast table. Bounce. Okay, let's see here. There we go. when I study these breaks, I'm trying to figure out how to break and have full control of the table. Meaning, I want to make sure that I have some sort of shot on the one ball. Because do notice that I'm always trying to keep the one ball on the table. I'm not trying to make the one ball in the side pocket. Even though that is an option that I can try to do. Two balls win, and that's a non-compliant break. Ugh, 5-2. This is rough. Okay, that's at least a compliant break, and by ghost rules, it doesn't matter that I scratch. It just obviously means I'm taking ball in hand. Now, if the break wasn't compliant, then I would still take that as a loss. Why am I going that way? I'd rather go this way. Gee whiz, I hit that so soft. I thought I hit it harder, much harder than that. Of course, I scratch anyway. So I do have a buddy that's supposed to be coming to stay with me that's playing in the Texas Open. I might try to convince him to, like when we're not there, I might try to convince him to do a live stream with me, and we'll actually play against each other using the Texas Open rules. I think that'll be fun. We're about the same Fargo. I think he's a 644. I think last time I looked, I'm at a 631, so we're pretty evenly matched. Lost the cue ball again. Compliant break. That stinks. Came perfectly around. Wanted to make sure that I avoided the 7 ball, and I did. All right, so let me get everybody's opinions. I lost 7-2 on that one, so I want to see some opinions on should I change the rules a bit, or should I pretty much stick to the same rules? Like, should I take ball in hand no matter what? Should I not consider it a loss if I don't satisfy the 3-point rule and just go ahead and break again? Like, what does everybody think? Because I want to have viewer participation in my stream, so I will augment the rules if everybody thinks I need to augment the rules. Like I say, because the only rule that I'm not using is I don't have the option to play safe. When clearly when I'm playing, I'm going to be playing safeties. All right, so like I said, Eves, you're pretty much asking what are the rules. Let me pull them up so I'm not misquoting anything. I'm looking for the official rules. Okay, let's see. 9-ball racks on the spot. Oh, these are races to 9, not races to 7. So I'll play the next one, race to 9. But they do want the 3-point rule, true double elimination tournament, winner breaks, and that's really it. So that pretty much means everything else is standard. So like, push out after the break, jump cues are allowed since this is a professional tournament. But I'd have to look at the WPA rules on the 3-point rule. I think I have that correct about if I don't satisfy the 3-point rule, the incoming player gets to come and shoot. If they get to, if they have the option to allow me to shoot again, but if they do, I do not have the option to push out. Otherwise, they can take the table from me, and they would have an option to break to push out, even though I might have made a ball on the break, but I just didn't satisfy the 3-point rule. Bob Francis, you're saying don't use the 3-point rule. Unfortunately, I have to use it because that's the condition that I'm going to be playing under. But since I'm playing the Ghost here, I'm not truly using like every rule game because I can't play a safety against the Ghost because when you're playing the Ghost, any miss is considered a loss. Bob Henson suggests ball in hand on every break. I can certainly go with that. The Ghost does win if I don't satisfy the 3-point rule, so he pretty much likes that. Okay, no big deal on that. Eves, there is no break box. Not with this rule. Yeah. So Alan Morgan, you're asking that if you fail to make a legal break. So that means not satisfying the 3-point rule. I might as well go ahead and look it up. Let me see here. WPA 3-point rule. Give me just a second. Okay, on the break shot, a minimum of 3 object balls must either be pocketed or touch the headstring line or a combination of both. And that's the other thing, touch the headstring line. So not the base of the ball. The base of the ball doesn't have to cross the headstring. If a portion of the ball is touching the headstring, that's considered a point. If a player fails to meet the requirements but otherwise makes a legal break, that means the incoming player has the choice to accept the table as is or hand the shot back to the breaker, which is me. If they accept the... so I had it backwards. If the incoming player accepts the table as is, that player is not permitted to do a push out. They must play a legal shot on the ball. So in other words, if I don't have a shot at the 1 ball and I didn't satisfy the 3-point rule, chances are they're going to hand it back to me and I will not have the option. I will not have the option to push out. But if they take the option, they also will not have the option to push out. Wait, nope, I'm reading that wrong. Never mind. You know what? Here, let me try to do this so that way everybody can see it. I'm going to add. Going to bring this up on well, that was quick. Okay, so let's do this. I'm going to try to make this to where this is easily readable. Let's do this. try to make this a little bit bigger. Actually, let's do that. Okay, so hopefully this is legible for everybody to read. I'm gonna stick this in the center of the screen. So these are the rules of the 3-point rule. So if a player fails to meet the requirements, but otherwise makes a legal break, meaning I hit the one ball, balls dropped or whatever, but just the 3-point rule was not satisfied, the incoming player will have the choice to accept the table as is or hand it back to the breaker. If the incoming player accepts the table as is, they are not allowed to commit a push shot. They must shoot. If they hand the table back to the breaker is permitted to play a push out. And then if so, the opponent, the next incoming player will have the option to either shoot it where it is or obviously give it back. So if a player fails to meet the requirements but otherwise makes a legal break and pockets the 9-ball, the 9-ball is reposted or respotted before the next shot is played. And then I think you go through the same exact rules of the incoming player can shoot it without the option of a push out, or they can give it back and the breaker has the option to do a push out. So yeah, so there you go. That's pretty much the rules right there. So I hope that helps. I'm going to get that out of the way. And let's see here. So it's going to be race to 9 instead. I'll go ahead and answer this question. You're saying, Kent Edward San Felipe, I hope I said your name correctly. You're asking me if I can beat Efren because I see your next message that you put in. I might be able to win a rack here and there, but if we were to play an actual race to something, I would think the odds of me winning are not to my favor. Is it possible that I could maybe squeeze out a victory under given conditions? I mean, of course, I think it's always possible, but is it probable? I mean, less than likely. Less than likely. Okay, so this time I will do ball in hand on every shot. But of course, if I end up having a shot at the 1 ball after the break, I'm going to probably just not take ball in hand. So this time we will play a race to 9. I thought it was a race to 7, but no, it's a race to 9. So that's an illegal break because a ball crossing the head string and falling is not considered 2 points. Oops. It's only a point per ball. So one ball cannot create 2 points under the 3-point rule. That's going to satisfy the 3-point rule. Got a pretty decent spread on the break here. I will take ball in hand on this one though, just to try to get something going. Not sure what to do with the 3-ball being where it's at. Goodness gracious. referee. But hey, I'm sure people want to see jump shots and stuff. Oh, man. Ah. Well, at least I made the ball. At least I made the ball. I don't know if the 2 being in the back of the rack is mandatory. I didn't see anything on the flyer, but I'm sure when I go to the players' meeting, they'll probably clear all that up. Okay, that's a compliant break. Get out of the way, 6. This is pretty much what I want my cue ball to do. It's just supposed to just go side to side and stay above the side pockets like that. Spin, 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 spin. That way. Not this way. Well, I know y'all are gonna give me grief about the template rack getting in the way, but oh well. Move the active rack after you break. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I just love how triggered some people can actually get when that happens. Now, what I do want to do though, which I think is going to be a lot of fun, y'all see how I have that nice fancy layout when I'm playing straight pool. And so I'm going to be doing more live streams like this, where I'll probably do like some straight pool attempts along with some ghost attempts, or maybe I'll just do some ghost attempts, it doesn't matter. Anybody that's here is welcome to come up with some sort of design, a layout of how you think the stream should look when I'm playing the ghost. If you want, you can either message me any designs you can come up with on my Facebook, or you can just email them to me. And the one that I like the most is the one that I'll try to implement and create a scene where, whether it's pictures, colors, or whatever, a particular type of scoreboard or whatever. It'll obviously take time for me to make, but I think that'd be a lot of fun. Compliant break, but dry. Go ahead and take ball in hand on this one. And just for everybody else, considering what happened last rack, let's go ahead and take this off. Yikes! Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on! Ah, not enough. The moment I hit it, I kind of suspected that the 8-ball was going to come into play. Clearly, it would have been nice if I bumped into the 8-ball. Ah, that was so close. That was my own mistake. I shouldn't have been anywhere near. Shouldn't have been anywhere near that 8-ball. Nowhere near. My mistake. Compliant break. I don't think I'll take ball in hand on this one though, since I can see it. This would be like, imagining if my opponent breaks dry and I come to the table. Right? Because I want to try to simulate as close as I possibly can without just completely destroying myself playing the ghost, but as close to a real match as possible. Oh, yuck. Really? Excuse me. That's like me missing an opening shot right after a straight pull break. Now, in all actuality, if you're paying attention to the way the balls are spreading, I kind of would like to do the same exact thing, except pocket a ball. having that shot on the one ball and pocketing the ball is precisely what I'm trying to replicate. This is going to be an illegal break, though. Right? I have a shot on the one ball, but it's an illegal break. Okay, that's not an illegal break. Don't blow the opening shot this time. That's a little lucky. I was actually hoping to get on the other side. There we go. Run a rack every once in a while. Yeah, 5-2. Okay, at least a compliant break. Definitely got to make sure I'm not scratching when I do the when I get some time to practice on a 9-foot table. Ooh, 3-ball, you're going to be kind of tricky, aren't you? Pass the 8? You do pass the 8. Maybe I need to try to get somewhere over here. Do it, is it? Nope, that's not going to do it at all. Okay, let's see here. What can I possibly try to create. It does look like it passes the 9. Can I get behind it enough to do that? Nothing I can do about that one. That's at least a compliant break. Made a ball. I'm going to take ball because I don't want to have to bridge over the 2. Don't get flat on the 7. Yep. Don't get flat on the 8 either. Well, that was a lucky bump considering that I was trying to get on the other side to shoot the 9 in the same pocket. Well, I got to 3 before the ghost got to 7. That's an improvement. So let's see if I can replicate that break. I made a ball, satisfied the 3-point rule, and would have had a shot at the 1 despite that I took ball in hand. I'd like to be able to replicate that break. Okay, compliant break, but dry. Shot the 1. Yikes. Oh man. How many of y'all would have tried to shoot that in the side? Or would y'all have tried that to get position on the 5? That's 7. Okay, compliant break. No real decent shot on the 1 except for a bank. I'm going to take ball in hand. I don't think I'm going to attempt to break the 2 and the 7 apart. I think I'll just probably try to set it for a combo. I think that's probably the best way to approach this. I believe that was the best way to approach it. So with regards to the to creating a new scene for my stream for playing the Ghost, I'll probably put up a post on my Facebook page so people know more about it. And let's see what kind of ideas y'all can come up with. Let's see, 7-4. There we go. Still need a little bit better cue ball control, right? So I can have a shot at the 1. The opening shot was less than ideal. So the 8. Oh, that was scary. This stinks. Oh gosh, I thought I missed that. Chris, slow down. Should be straight in on this 9-ball. Now when I'm done, I can come talk to everybody and y'all can keep me straight in regards to like, is the score straight? Did I accidentally say a break was compliant when it wasn't compliant? Etc. etc. Because I am trying to keep an eye on if I'm staying within the rules. But I do make mistakes. I've done it a lot in the past. If anybody remembers any of my past live streams, I would get the scores like completely wrong. That's a little bit better. With the shot on the 1 ball, not an ideal shot, but a shot. See, and I should have paid a whole lot more attention because the 5 ball doesn't go. And it still doesn't go since I didn't hit it. Let's see, what in the world can I do? Do I set up for a combo because it doesn't go past the 8? Or do I set up for a bank shot? Especially with the angle that I have. The best I can do is come over here, possibly over here. I don't think I can zigzag up like this. I think that's asking a bit too much of me. Let's see here. Yeah, I guess I'm going to have to play the combo. Come on! Oh, look at that! Not enough juice. Not enough juice. I think it would have gone in. All right, so that's 8. Ghost is on the hill. addicted. Look at the spreads that I'm getting though. All right, so can you imagine if I can obtain full control of this break, where once I start realizing where all these balls are going, and I can get a shot on the one, how dangerous this can be, especially for a player that's better than me. Roll, cue ball. Holy cow! Slow down! Wow! Come on! That is not the way I wanted to lose to the ghost. I'm not jumping that. Well, heck, I guess I am jumping it. I guess I am jumping this. Crap. Don't think I'm going to clear this. Cleared it! Legal hit. Just missed the shot. Oh, so that's what, 9-5 on that one there? Unless I messed up somewhere. Y'all are gonna have to tell me. Right? I was actually surprised I jumped over that 8-ball. Oh. All right, so somebody's gonna have to tell me if everything I did was legit on that one. I lost 9-5. This one. Let's see. I'm just gonna look around and see what's going on. Okay, looks like everybody's just having general conversations. This is good. I always like that. Nothing wrong there. Okay, so I'm just going to come back to the... Nate Tam, you're asking if I've tried the head-on brake yet. I have not. It's something that I'm not particularly going to be going for. It's already a known thing to where when you're using a template rack, whether the 1 is on the spot or whether the 9 is on the spot, if you do a head-on brake, what you're generally betting on is that the ball that's in the back of the rack is going to shoot to the foot rail, come back up, and hit the 9. And usually try to pocket the 9 into the side pocket or try to pocket the 9 into one of the upper corner pockets. And but yeah, like I'm more looking at trying to solve the 9 on the spot break under any break condition at this moment, and then I will put some time in researching if the break can be solved with the Matchroom break format. And what I mean by solved is repeatedly producing roughly the same results. Now, since we're doing 9 on the spot, we don't have a 99% chance of pocketing the wing ball anymore, like we did when we had the 1 on the spot. So when I'm saying solved, I'm saying solved by trying to, with a high degree of accuracy, pocket a ball on the break and at the same ball on the break. Obviously controlling the cue ball and having a shot on the 1, because I don't want to make the 1 in the side. If I do want to start making the 1 in the side, then I need to really try to observe, obviously, where all the balls are going to go, because then I'm going to have to take note of where the 2 ball is at, and then try to play position on the 2, regardless of where the 2 is at in the rack. But currently, what I am trying to do is keep the 1 ball on the table, like I have been, And if anybody has been paying attention, you'd notice that I've most of the time would get the 9 ball or the 1 ball close to the corner pocket from the side of which I'm breaking from. That's still a very known thing when you do the cut break. So I'm still trying to pocket a ball on the break, take note of where all the balls are going on the break, and then which balls are coming close to pockets, so that way I can try to, make minor little tweaks on the break, like, hit the 1 ball a slight millimeter off to one side, maybe add some side spin or whatever to try to twist whatever ball is going towards a pocket closer to the pocket, and then try to make the ball in, and then obviously continue to run out from there. Because I would ideally, if I can do that by and not have to take ball in hand since I'm playing the ghost, then I can obviously try to run the table with a high degree of accuracy. Because I will at least do this. If anybody's new to my stream, hopefully I can do this on the first try. If I put the 1 on the spot, I have a YouTube video on my channel where when I have the 1 on the spot, with a perfect rack breaking from here, I have a high degree of accuracy at predicting where all 9 balls are going to go. The 1 ball is going to pass the side pocket and set up for this area here, for this pocket here. The 6 ball is just going to dribble out of the rack and land somewhere right here. The 3 ball is going to bank off this side rail and head towards this pocket. The wing ball is going to fall, like we expect. 9 ball really isn't going to go anywhere. The 7 ball is going to go 3 rails around, and when it gets to here, there's a possibility of a collision. If that collision occurs, the 7 ball comes down here towards this pocket. If the collision doesn't occur, then the 7 ball heads towards this pocket. The 5 ball is going to bank off of this rail and come over here. The 8 ball is going to bank off of this rail and come over here and possibly collide with the 7. And if that collision occurs, the 8 ball banks off the side rail and comes over here next to the 5, while the 2 ball banks off this short rail and then heads towards this pocket. So if I do everything correctly, the 3-point rule will be satisfied, and all the balls will go exactly where I said they're going to go. Well, I had an unwanted collision. Let's try that again. And the cue ball is going to be squatted right there near the center of the table. So just like how I wasn't always producing the same exact results, this is something that once I get warmed up with how I strike the rack with the correct amount of power, then I can produce the same results over and over again. I just realized that I need to clear this out. So, because of this knowledge here, I'm still getting a collision on that 2 ball. But do you see the 5 and the 6? And look at the 1. So I gotta figure out where I have to tweak to hit the 1 ball so the 2 ball comes loose and comes down table. So I haven't played 9 ball in a while. I'm trying to do my refresher here on what it's going to take to make this happen. Why didn't the wing ball go? That was weird. Must have been a gap in the rack. done this before in the past. It shouldn't take me very long to get tuned in on it again. There we go. Now still, the wing ball didn't go. Look at the 3 ball. The 2 and the 7 are down here. I didn't really get quite positioned on the 1, and I don't know why the 4 ball didn't go. But I got the 2 ball to escape. As far as I know, this is also repeatable on a 9-foot table. If I can do it again. Why is the 4 ball not going in? Let me try an experiment. This is what I do as a software developer, where I test different things out, change variables. All right, see what happens here. There we go. Okay, so we still had some unwanted collision, but I mean, look. Right, the wing ball goes, the 2 balls down here as expected. I think the unwanted collision happened between the 8 and the 6. So let's see if I can reproduce that again. You'll notice that I am racking with the same pattern, so that way it's easy to follow. So let's see if I can do it again. Oh, you can see the 2 and the 8 collided this time. 7 ball is down here. But this is how I also practice to figure this stuff out. I know a lot of time people are like, you know, how do you practice your breaks? This is how I practice my breaks. I break over and over and over and over and over, because I want the feedback of the layout of the table to tell me what's happening. When it comes to practicing your breaks, there's a couple of gimmicks that are out there that you can use, but nothing is really going to be any better than just doing this over and over again, in my opinion. There we go. See what I mean? Getting position on the 1, the 2's coming down here, the 7's coming down here. I think the 6 had an unwanted collision. Let's try it again. Made 2 balls on the break. See if I can do it again. Well, the 2 and the 8 collided again. But look at the 5, 6, and the 8. 3 balls over here as expected. The main thing is to look at the track lines of how the balls are leaving the rack, right? And that's the consistent part. And so the only thing I'm trying to do as the breaker is make minor little tweaks here and there to get the desired results that I'm looking for. And so when I do 9 on the spot, pretty much try to do the same thing. Look at the 3-ball move. Am I hitting too hard? Because normally I have a shot at the 1 ball to go into the corner pocket. Otherwise, I need to go ahead and start hitting harder. I don't want to be quote unquote soft breaking. Let's see what happens if I hit just a little bit softer. Consider this kind of like a live lesson on 9-ball breaking. I'm going to hit this a little bit softer. Actually, that's it. Look at that. I think there was still an unwanted collision. That's why the 8 ball's down here instead of the 7. But that was it. So let me try hitting it again with that same power. Oh, there was the 2 and the 8 collision, so not really the same thing. Look at the 3 ball though, still doing the same thing. Position on the 1. Now, I didn't satisfy the 3-point rule on that one, so we'll try to hit the break slightly harder this time. And the 2 ball didn't escape. It's always important that the 2 ball escapes the back of the rack, or whatever ball's in the back of the rack has to escape and end up at the other end of the table. My muscle memory is starting to kick in now. Yeah, there we go. There it is. There's the entire break, right there. That's what I've been trying to do. Everything is pretty much where it was at. The 7 ball kicked off the 8, but the 8 did knock the 9 out of the rack, but you can see the 5 and the 8. Everything is where I expect it to be when I break like this. Let's see if I can reproduce it. So this is why they wanted to change everything and why they don't really want to do 1 on the spot anymore, especially with magic racks. Because the whole thing is solved, and you pretty much can get cookie cutter runouts. Satisfy the 3-point rule. Like I said, the only thing that's usually hard to control is what happens here, is the types of collisions that can happen here. But you can see like the results are being repeatable. Right? So I know for a fact that this is exactly what the pros are going to be looking for with the 9 on the spot. With the Matchroom break box, is can they come up with a repeatable result? Now, they're not going to obviously get the wing ball anymore. Like that, meaning that it's not going to be 99% anymore. There we go. Unwanted bump on the 6 ball, but I still satisfied the 3-point rule. I have a shot at the 1. So it took me a minute there to get into gear, but finally started to produce like some consistent results with the 1 on the spot. So with the 9 on the spot, like I said, I want to be able to try and do the exact same thing, except I don't have a 99% chance of making a ball. But I can consistently attempt to pocket a ball, have a pretty good idea of where the 1 ball is going to go, and play position, play position for it. So I hope that makes sense. Yeah, Nate Tam, you couldn't have said it better. So like I said, when you're playing with the Where is it at? Where's your message at? So I can highlight it. It says if you're hitting the rack square, it seems the speed is the biggest factor at getting the expected track lines. And that's pretty much what happened right there towards the end. So when I moved back to 9 on the spot, and with the 3-point rule, and you know I can pretty much, if I want to, I can still go all the way to the side, but I have a hard enough time trying to satisfy the 3-point rule from there. So let's go ahead and give it a try. So this time, matter of fact, I'm going to go ahead and just continue to use the same rack pattern, so we can pretty much study this on the fly. So here's the kicker of it. Just because I moved the 9 on the spot, if I were to break the same exact way right now, the balls are going to leave the rack the same exact way as if the 1 was on the spot. The only difference being is that obviously the wing ball's not going to drop because now it's coming high. So that's where all the minor little tweaks have to happen to kind of change the track lines just a little bit to be in our favor. So here, I'm going to go ahead and just hit the ball head on like I was doing when the 1 was on the spot. Let's see what happens. Right, they pretty much should have left in the same exact track line. And look, the 3 ball still banked off the side rail and fell here. And I can at least see the 1 ball. Let's see something. Do I even have to change my brake for the Texas Open? This obviously doesn't work for matchroom brake rules, right? Because I have to brake from that brake box. But for the Texas Open, I can brake from wherever I want. Let's try that again. The 3 ball. Look at the 3 ball. Oh, I got intercepted by the 6. I actually wasn't paying close enough attention to know if I satisfied the 3-point rule or not. And of course, the question is going to be is what kind of minor little tweaks am I going to have to make for a 9-foot table? Balls are going to have to travel a little bit farther, so does that mean I have to obviously hit the rack a little bit harder? I mean, that should be pretty obvious. See what I mean? Aren't the balls kind of going in the same exact track line as before? It's just that since the 9 ball, or all the balls are pushed up a little bit, that they're not going directly towards pockets like they were before. So all I might have to do is just tweak a couple of variables, like maybe not hit it as squarely. Maybe I have to cut it just a little bit. I don't think power is gonna change anything. I got the wing ball to go. Satisfy the 3-point rule. Now I'm not playing the ghost. Let's just see if I can run this out. I will do another ghost race though, but this is kind of like I said, kind of think of this as a live lesson. Uh-oh. Get that a little too soft. See if I can bump into that 7 ball. Oh, it doesn't matter. I overcut the ball. Okay, so let's go ahead and start a race. I guess, do I want to continue to break the same exact way as if the one was on the spot for this set. And that way we can just kind of study the results. That is the question. You know what? I think we will. Let's go ahead and do that. We're gonna break just like if we're breaking with the one on the spot. Unless, of course, I start to not satisfy the 3-point rule. Let's watch the balls. Okay, so I might have to start breaking a little bit harder, right? Because that doesn't satisfy the 3-point rule. Maybe I need to throw a slight cut in there because I saw the 4 ball go pretty darn close. I saw the 4 ball go pretty darn close to the pocket. Maybe I should throw a slight cut in there. Just a slight one. Let's find out. I'm not going to hit this square. I'm going to throw a slight cut in there. Still missed. At least I got a ball coming down here. The 8 ball crossed. So that satisfies the 3-point rule. But you can see the difference is that the 1 ball is setting itself up for this corner pocket. So that's what I'm going to have to take into consideration. Let's see here. That just a tad bit too far. This is the shot line. If I can end up on the left side of the shot line, I might be able to get a shot at 7. Yeah, this. That way I can get my shot at 7. Flat on 7, whatever. Hey, there we go. 1-1. And actually, give me just a second. I'll be right back. All right. Alright, so we're trying to slightly cut the 1 ball. So we can try to still gear that wing ball in. Like that. So it's like, and notice the ball that's in the second row didn't bank over to the cross-side pocket either. So it's like I can only do one or the other. It doesn't look like I can do both. So if I don't cut it as much now, and not worry about that wing ball, I'm curious about it'll be the 4 ball in this case. I made it this time. The cue ball is in the way, but I don't think the 6 ball is past the head string. So you can kind of see that from way over there, it's a little bit harder to satisfy the 3-point rule. With the amount of control that I would want, with what I would want to have. Of course, if I were to just smack the crap out of the rack and just rely on complete randomness, I can clearly do that. Like that doesn't satisfy the 3-point rule either. The 1 ball is always going to be going over here though. So that's why I don't like breaking from the side there. Unless I'm going to start using the cut break. But if I'm going to use the cut break, then I like breaking from what was actually once the old break box. Not the matchroom break box, but the old break box where it was actually lined up with the first diamonds. Which is here. Because here I can do that cut break, satisfy the 3-point rule. And then look at that 3 ball. And then look at the spread of the table. Now, this is unfortunate. Are they frozen? Might be able to throw the 7 ball in. That's a good shot. Don't touch the 6! Well, I guess that kind of helped. A 9-foot table, and believe it or not, I mean I've been to this place multiple times. Even though the tables at Skinny Bob's in Round Rock, Texas, are 9-footers, they're 9-foot diamonds. Their cloth and their rails are actually much faster than mine. What happened? Am I frozen? Uh-oh. My stream is frozen, isn't it? I just happened to notice that. Can y'all still hear me? Are y'all able to still hear me? Okay, cool. You hear me, but the video feed is frozen. Okay, so let me see if I can fix that. Give me just a second. Okay, y'all can at least still hear me, so that's a good thing. There we go. Let me check and make sure. I think let me double check something. Yep. So I think what happened was my GoPro disconnected, and since I'm still in OBS, all of my other cameras just went haywire. So I think we should be back on. Let me double check. Hi. Can y'all see me now? Is it updated? Did that work? I missed the 6 since it looked like it froze when I was when I was shooting. There we go. Okay, it looks like everything's good. All right, so I did end up missing the 6 ball when y'all saw. So the score is currently 5 to 1. So this is why I'm starting to get fed up with my GoPro, even though it's the only way for me to do an aerial view at this moment. There's a good break, and if that 3 ball would have fell, like that would have been perfect. I don't need ball in hand. Now look at this spread. So if I can figure out a way to consistently get that 3 ball to bank into the cross side from that break box. Look how textbook this run out is. Of course, watch me not run it out after just saying that. Just jinxed myself. Oh crap. Yeah. What are the odds of that? So like I said, I just jinxed myself. But hopefully you get the point. Right? If I can do that same exact break and get that 3 ball to bank cross side, I'm gonna use the same exact rack pattern. Let's see if we can see a similar result. I probably should have just drew the cue ball instead of doing what I did there. I didn't realize I was risking the side pocket like I did there. I got the wing ball that time and the 3 ball, but I scratched. Scratches aren't going to count though in this format that I'm playing. Not sure if I just discovered something or not. Slow down, ball. That was unintentional. You weren't supposed to touch the 7. chalk go? There we go. Nice recovery after bumping into that 7 ball unintentionally. But how many of y'all do what I'm doing here in regards to like studying a break? Like this is how I was able to solve the one on the spot break, where I can highly predict where all 9 balls are going to go. And so I'm pretty much using the same exact process, which is breaking a lot, but breaking the same a lot, noticing how the balls are spreading, slightly changing variables, where hopefully I can produce the 6 ball got in the way, I can produce a consistent result. So that break satisfied the 3-point rule. The 3 ball intercepted the 6 ball intercepted the 3, and this 2 ball is the pits. Like holy cow! What am I going to do with this 2 ball? It can't go anywhere. Like literally, what can I do? Try this. That's not going to do it, is it? It's the 4! Ah. But I can try the 4. Have a shot? Look out! There we go. Oh, are you kidding me? I overcut the ball? Am I going to get positioned on the 3? Not quite. I think I could overcut that 2 ball. So at the very least, I think this is how I'm going to break when I'm at the Texas Open. Using the old break box. It's the easiest for me to be able to satisfy the 3-point rule. And I haven't quite tweaked this enough to be able to. There we go. There's the 3. To be able to pocket the 3, but have a shot at the 1. Because that's what I'm going to be looking at. How many more tweaks do I have to make to consistently make that happen? Oh, that's fortunate. It's supposed to come on the other side of the 9 ball. Need to draw back a little bit. That way I have this angle on the 5, so I can just come back over here for the 6. Wish I would have hit that just a tad bit harder. Make the cue ball go side to side now. Scratch. we go. What are we at? 7-3. You gotta be kidding me. I really would have thought I would have had a shot at the one. Oh, come on, Chris. Use your head here. I think you're just rushing now. This is a terrible position on the two. Oh, are you kidding me? I missed it that time. My opponent would clearly be pushing out from here, stuck behind the point. But hopefully everybody understands that just because the rack has been moved to 9 on the spot. Come on, Chris. That's ridiculous. Just because the rack has been moved to 9 on the spot, the way the balls leave the rack is exactly the same as if it were still 1 on the spot. That part doesn't change. That one I lost 9-3. So I hope that makes sense. I just got to get more control of my cue ball. All right, so what are we looking at? I've been streaming for 4 hours now, so I think I'm going to take a very short break here, and then I'm going to do one more set for everybody. Oh, but it looks like this camera is frozen. Let's see here. So that means I got to do this, this, Hello. All right, this is my laptop microphone that's picking me up. Give me just a second. I probably sound really echoey now. Hello. Can y'all hear me now? I hope so. I just had to turn off my audio interface and turn it back on. Woo! Hopefully everything's working now. Mic check. Mic check. All right, you can hear me now. This is what I don't know why my GoPro really just messed everything up there. That was weird. That was really weird. All right, so like I said, I'm just gonna take a small break here, and then I'm gonna do one more set, and I'll try to put everything I can into the 9-ball ghost. But hopefully, with whatever y'all were able to see, minus all the hiccups, you see the point that I'm trying. You see the point that I'm trying to make with how the balls come out of the rack, how you can gear them to where you want them to go. And then, of course, you have to just tweak how you're going to hit the cue ball. Like if you're going to put any spins, if you're going to, hit hard, or how hard are you going to hit? Because you don't want to quote unquote soft break. Like I don't want to be Corey Deuel soft breaking. I mean, specifically because since it's the 3-point rule, I can't soft break. So under that given condition, can I find some way to break, control the outcome of the break, and have a shot at the 1? Let's see. Nate Tam, you're saying try crossing the rack from the side rail and cut the 1 on the other side. You might still make the 3 and lay up the 1. Well, hell, let's just go ahead and give that a shot. If I understood you correctly, you want me to break from here. You want my cue ball to come over here, so that way I can set up for the 1. If I understood you correctly, so I'll go ahead and give that a try. Now I'm cutting the 1 ball on the other side, which is a little bit different, like that. Where the 2 ball was in the back of the rack. So you can't begin to tell me that the 2 ball is going to be consistently going towards the side pocket if I do that. Is this what you're referring to, Nate? And I wasn't even paying attention if I satisfied the 3-point rule. The only thing that caught my eye was the 2 ball fell. Try it one more time. Yeah, I'm putting the 2 in the back of the rack. I cross the 1. Yeah, that's what I thought. The 2's not going. That's interesting. Look at the spread. That's really interesting. Let's try it again. I think the 8 falling was a bit of a fluke, though. Oh, I see how the two fell on the side now. I'm not seeing the three still bank cross side. Not by crossing the one ball like that. Again, when I come back to the table and see if this is what you're talking about. The spread though is ridiculous. I mean, if I can just pick off where a ball might be going. You know what I mean? Like it looks like there's not enough momentum transferred into the three ball. Unless of course you just want me to hit the crap out of the rack. I'll try one more. Because this is normally something that I just don't advise when you're whatever side you're breaking from, you don't really want to cross the rack. You either want to cut it on the same side that you're breaking from, or you want to hit it head on. So maybe I need more power. Maybe I need more power. I might experiment that with that a little bit more. I might experiment with that a little bit more. So that might work. That might work. That might work. And that's, yeah, cue ball control, sometimes that's the only other thing that I'm really concerned about when I cross the rack is the cue ball zigzagging the way it does. So I have to control it a whole lot more just to make sure that it doesn't scratch. But it looks like it's a thing. Crossing the rack looks like it's a possibility. I don't think it's something that's very standard that you would expect on any type of break. You normally would not want to. Don't cross the streams. All right, so on that note, I'm going to go ahead and do one more set of 9, and then I'm going to call it a day and get ready for the party that I'm going to tonight. So let's turn this back off. I'm not going to be doing the cross break on this one, though. I will study it a little bit more, Nate, but just not right now. All right, here we go. Let's give the ghost stop. Let's give the ghost some competition this time, or try to give the ghost some competition. Certainly not trying to suggest that I was slacking off those last couple of sets. I'm trying here. Satisfactory 3-point rule there. And as much as I'd love to just shoot this right now, the 2 ball is in a really tough spot. Might be able to shoot it in the side. I think I'm going to go ahead and take ball in hand. That way I could try to get the optimal position for shooting it in the side. I think I can make this in the side, and that'll allow me to have position on the 3. Well, I was afraid to hit that any harder. I might have scratched if I did. Well, I think that's the first set that I started off with a victory against the Ghost. Well, that's a good start. I'm going to go ahead and just continue to use the same rack pattern over and over again, so that way I can continuously study the outcomes of the layout. Look at that. Just wish the 7 ball would have got out of the way, huh? A combo. Playing the combo's fine. That was dumb. Trying to stun the cue ball up here off of the rail. I didn't stun anywhere. I mean, I'll make it work, but I wanted to avoid the 6, hit this rail, and come back up this way. That's what the intention was. Close enough. Close enough. Let's make it work. Right. Off to a good start. Dry break that time. Still satisfied with 3-point roll though. Two ball landed in a pretty tricky spot. It's probably not the best way to get position for the 2 in the side. that don't want to play the 2-5 combo. That's not the best way to get the 2 on the side either. Alright, well, can't expect to win them all. I should have put more thought into how I was going to transition to the 2 ball. Can you imagine if I can repeat that over and over again? Let's see here. Whoops. Slow down. Making this a lot harder than it needs to be. Sheesh. Oh, that's going to leave me a hard shot. Oh my gosh, I took a textbook layout and screwed it up. Can you believe that? Took a textbook layout and screwed it up. Alright. Oh, I overcut the ball. Would I have even gotten position? Kind of, sort of. All right, so that break was wonderful. I just screwed up my cue ball positioning from the 6 to the 7. And then really screwed up when I tried to stun over for the 8 ball and I got hooked behind the 9. I wonder if I don't think rolling it would have worked. I tried stunning it. But the way I played from the 6 to the 7 was purposeful because I just didn't like the idea that I had to send the cue ball down here to get position on the 8. That's the only reason why I played it that way. But, I mean, let's see if I can get that same break. I mean, not quite, but satisfied the 3-point rule. I have a shot up to 1. The fact that I'm having to play these draw shots is actually bad. I'd rather just be using my rails and like following the ball around. supposed to be shaped for the side pocket. Oh, that's stuck forward way too much. It's kind of supposed to be like a stun run-through shot. Good recovery, though. Good recovery. Not bad. Not bad. 8-ball's a little no, never mind. 8-ball's not tricky. It pushed. It came far enough off the rail where it looks like it could go in the side pocket now. I'm actually going to try this without ball in hand. Oh, really? Bounce. You didn't bounce hard enough. Still think that was the right way to play it to get position on the floor. I probably just could have hit it better. Ah, so close. So close. Almost would have had position on the 5 too. Well, this is a close game, 3-3. Breaks are starting to be a little bit more consistent. Hopefully nothing's freezing on y'all. Hopefully everything is still working the whole time I'm over here. I really don't know what happened there earlier other than the GoPro disconnected. Really trying to figure out if there could be a way for me to stick a webcam up there. That way I don't have to use the GoPro. It would just be better if it was a webcam. I don't have a lot more room up there. There's a lot of stuff already right above my table. Yuck. That's disgusting. I can't even make the 1 ball. Play a combo. Hang on a second. Yeah, that was disgusting. takes the lead. Interesting. Couple of unfriendly little bumps there. Actually, this is weirder than I thought. That is not what I wanted. Doggone it. If I get the 4 on the side off the 6. Oh, never mind. Clearly I wasn't supposed to touch the 6. I was trying to come all the way up to get position on the 4. When really I was looking at a multi-rail route, but the 8-ball, I think, blocked that route. Okay, flat. So the flatter the ball is, the harder you have to hit it to do that. Oh, excuse me. Hey, look at that. Look at that. Let's see. this is tricky. 2 to the 4 with that 5 ball being there. And the 9 ball being there. Tried to go in between them. No, come on, hit the rail, come back out for the 5. That was just topspin too. Ah. All right though, I love that break though. The break is really what I'm focusing on more than anything. The cue ball control and the transitions will come afterwards. First thing first is figuring out this break. I even made the ball. Come on. Didn't think topspin would have just pushed it over to the side pocket like that. But now we know. I always like to say, when you do something right, you should learn something because that means whatever you're thinking of was correct. And if you do something wrong, you should learn something. Interesting. I tried to do that without ball in hand. And I think I should have had it. I think I should have had it. Thought I missed that. Don't you dare, 5! Oh, you gotta be kidding me! I don't even know if I'm gonna foul if I try to do this. I'll let y'all make the call if I make it. So y'all tell me. I'll let y'all make the call on that one. Despite the fact that I'm probably going to miss the 4. Do we think that was a good break or not? Or a good hit or not? I will let y'all make the call on that one. Do we think that was a good hit? I hit the 4 and billiard the 5 in. I will let y'all make the decision. All right, I already see 3 votes that it was a good hit. 4. Oh, we do got 1 bad hit. We got 5 good hits, 6 good hits. Yeah. So I've got more good, like Chris G. I'm not going to say that you're not wrong, but I am going to go with the majority. That's why I'm leaving it up to everybody else. But everybody said it was a good hit, so that's what we're going to run with. Now, what am I going to do here, though? Like seriously, it's not frozen to the rail, so I can't cut it in by trying to spin the ball. I'm gonna have to try to bank it. I have no choice but to try to bank it. This is all luck here. Alright. Seven to 4 to the Ghost's favor. I'm actually having a whole lot of fun seeing how my break is developing here. And I'm also considering that I'm doing something different other than my straight pull runs. This is something I've been wondering about for quite some time. Like, because hitting my road to 100 is taking a lot longer than I would have thought. But I'm not giving up on it. But doing something else is kind of refreshing. That's a satisfactory break. I just didn't make a ball. 3 ball is a little tricky. Do I want to disturb it? I don't know. Not with that 8 ball being there. Do I want to disturb it? Well, I gotta make the 1 ball first. I'm more focused on making sure that I have a shot at the 2. If this were down, the heck would I have done here? I don't even think this would have worked. Well, maybe it would have. Maybe it would have. Because now I need to move that 8 ball. So I'm going to shoot the 4 into the 8. Use some inside spin to get back over here for the 5. So all I had to do was just make the 1. That's easier said than done. Whee! I still would have lost. Still would have lost if I would have made the 1. Alright, the ghost is on the hill. Let's see if I can do a monstrous comeback. Satisfactory break. Just didn't make anything. Oh, 2 ball. 2 ball, 2 ball, 2 ball. I6. Ball. Oh, did I hit that too hard? Ugh. Guess in that case, maybe not hard enough. Definitely did not hit that one hard enough. Crap, the 8 ball's in the way. I can't bank it. So for our exciting conclusion, I think we're going to try to bank combo the 8 in. We're gonna bank combo carom the 8 in. That's what we're gonna do. Goodness gracious. Oh, I barely missed the 5. Did I get position? Barely. 9-4. Whew. 9-4. Alright, so I couldn't beat the ghost today. Whew. I already like one of the comments I'm seeing. And that was the only way to get shape. Oh, man. Okay. Well, I don't know about y'all. I had a lot of fun. Let's see. For straight, I already shut. Well, actually, I can bring my program back up. Yeah. So for a straight pull, let's see here. There we go. So for straight pull, we can see that I was averaging 12. And then for the ghost, the ghost just kicked my butt. I've got no excuse for that. The 9-ball ghost, given the rules that I played under, the 9-ball ghost was just kicking my butt as I was trying to make sure that I can study the breaks in such a way to where I could repeatedly get some sort of layout that hopefully I can eventually solve. We kind of saw that the 3-ball kept banking off the side rail and heading over towards the side pocket. So that's probably what I'm going to be betting on most of the time, because if I try to make the wing ball, it looks like I have to break a whole lot harder if I want to satisfy the 3-point rule. Whereas if I try to bank the 3-ball into the cross side, I don't have to hit as hard. So I think that's probably going to be the best. I think that's probably going to be the best way for me to try to solve this as I continue moving forward. It'll be something that I continue to experiment with, and then Nate, I will continue to experiment with crossing the 1-ball to see what kind of results I can get there. Let's see here. Mega Andy, you're saying, here's an interesting question for you. Imagine if you hit the ball too hard when you pocket the ball inside. When you pocket the ball inside, the ball comes straight out of the pocket. Has that ever happened to you before? Not on my table. I know exactly what you're talking about, but it hasn't happened on my table, specifically since I have a ball return table. I have no idea how hard I would have to hit in order for the ball to go in and then roll its way back out when it's pretty much going to fall into a gully and then go into my ball return. Now, have I ever hit a ball hard enough to where it hits the back of the pocket and bounces back out? I don't think I've ever had that happen on my table either. I've had it happen on other tables before, but on other tables they're drop pockets. But I don't think I've ever really seen it on a ball return table. I've only seen it happen on drop pockets. Whew. Okay. Well, as fun as that was, I'm actually a little bit tired after all of that. I can only hope everybody enjoyed themselves. Let's see. It looks like I have maybe maybe a few viewers on Facebook, and it looks like everybody pretty much started dropping off on YouTube. It looks like I have about 37 more left of you on YouTube. Why am I stumbling on my words? On YouTube. So, despite the technical difficulties that I had here, I hope everybody had a good time. I'm going to sign off here, and I've got to get ready for a party that I'm going to later on tonight. This is kind of like a celebration party that we're doing because of how well all of the league teams that I'm on had done. See, I don't know why even this camera had messed up. There we go. There, everything's back to the way it was. Since 2 out of the 3 APA teams that I manage are going to be going to cities next year, and so I'm gonna have to be working twice as hard to see if I can get two out of the 3, meaning 2 of my 8-ball teams that I manage, and the 9-ball team that I'm not on, but I train everybody on the 9-ball team. So I'm gonna have to work extra hard at training my 9-ball team, so that way hopefully all 3 teams are going to be able to go to cities. I think that's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a huge achievement on my part to be able to train all the people that I've trained in my local area for us to be able to make it to the city event. Hopefully, again, make it to Las Vegas, because we've done it once already. So from the bottom of my heart, I want to thank everybody that was here, whether you're on Facebook or whether you were on YouTube. I'm always appreciative, especially since you're spending your weekend here watching me struggle playing pool rather than just going out and just doing normal things that you would do on the weekend. So thank you so much for being here. If you're new to my channel or new to any of my live streams, please consider subscribing to YouTube. At least give this stream a thumbs up on both Facebook and YouTube. If you're on Facebook, maybe consider sharing the stream to your pages, to your profiles, as well as to any of your favorite pool groups, so that way more people can start discovering me. And then as well as following me on my Facebook page as well for Lil Chris Pool Player. And as I said before, since I don't have like a fancy layout designed for playing the 9-ball Ghost, I will be putting up a post where if anybody wants to come up with some sort of design that I can try to create within the OBS software, and then of course I can give y'all a plug on whoever I decide to choose to where I'll build the scene for whenever I'm playing the Ghost. You might want to at least have some sort of scoreboard somewhere where, if you want, take a look at my straight pool layout, and you can kind of use that as a blueprint to figure out how you would want the new stream to look. If you want pictures to be on there, like a picture of the Ghost or whatever, all that kind of stuff I can certainly try to incorporate. But until the next time I get on stream again or make a some type of recorded video, I got a couple of ideas of what I want to do here in the near future. Thanks everybody for being here. Have yourself a good night.